How's that? Too loud? No, not enough. Well, I can go more. There you go. How's that? Mic check, 2 1 2.
Perfect. I think it says that's even.
This is your second call out in the pavilion for our first breed of heifers, Angus, looking for 5 total entries in 4 classes. We could have your Angus head up this way towards the makeup area. We're looking for 5 entries in the Angus breed, 4 entries in Hereford, 4 entries in Maintainer, 3 entries in Red Angus, 5 entries in Shorthorn Plus. Please make your way to the makeup pen at this time. We will promptly start at 6 p.m. Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the beef show here at the 2023 Canadian County Junior Livestock Show. This evening, we'll start the evening with our heifer show, followed by our steer show. Before we get started, if I could have you please direct your attention to the center of the arena and remove cover for our national anthem.
Can you see by the dawn's early light, oh, so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, oh, the ramparts we walked were so gallantly
Well, thank you, and good evening again, ladies and gentlemen. This is the start of our heifer show. We're very pleased to have with us our judge this evening, Joel Judge from Lone Grove, Oklahoma. We'd also like to give a quick shout out to our Grand Champion Heifer Buckle Award sponsor, Builderback Cattle. The Grand Champion Heifer banner and Bronze Champion banner sponsored by Premier Reds. The Reserve Grand Champion Heifer Buckle and banner sponsored by Worthington Cattle Company. And your Reserve Breed Heifer banners are sponsored by Oklahoma Ag Credit of Chickasha. We're now ready to get started this evening with one entry in class number 1 of our Angus heifers. Class number 2, you have one entry. Class 3, one entry. Class 4, 2 entries. Please be getting ready.
Over people, but not. Really did a lot of work to it, and I'm pretty happy with it.
Entering the arena at this time is our first class of our Angus heifers. Class number 2 has 1 record. Class number 3, 1 entry. Class number 4, 2 entries. Please be standing by. Check in at the entry gate.
Ladies and gentlemen, can you guys hear me okay? I still don't think can you hear me okay? Yeah, we're good? Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming here tonight to the Canadian County show. We're starting off with the Angus females here, and just that young lady's got a single entry. May heifer, you love how she comes out here. She's got extra turn to her center portion of her body, and love that extra softness in her center body dimension into her flank. She's got plenty of shape in her top and through her hip. She still sits down with plenty of flexibility from her hock to the ground. Love her length and extension. Look forward to seeing her back here for our champion lineup. Let's give her a nice round of applause, please.
First place, congratulations out of Class 1, Rylan Fleener, El Reno FFA. We have 1 entry in Class 2, 1 entry in Class 3, 2 entries in Class 4.
Add that to the trash pile.
All right, the young lady, this thing is driving me crazy. I'm gonna have to hold this in my hand, or I'm gonna have to have a mic. I'm just too old school. The young here next, just another single entry here, comes back with us with an April heifer calf. I think very, very fresh in her condition. That's what I really appreciated about her. She's good out of her shoulder. Doesn't have quite the turn to her center body and that rib shape that the heifer she showed just ahead of her. Really dead level from the top of her shoulder to her pin set. Very, very flexible. Sure look forward to seeing her back in her champion lineup as well.
First place, congratulations out of Class 2, Rylan Fleener, El Reno FFA. We're now ready to move on to Class 3 with 1 entry. All right.
Can you hear me? There we go. All right. Just a December female here coming to us next. Super excited. I think she's probably just a little farther advanced in terms of her condition as she comes out of her chest forward, a little bit thicker right in her neck, but love her body dimension, love her extra turn as she comes out of her fore rib, and love her extra turn as she comes out top of her spine. She's really soft made. Probably gets a little bit tighter off those rear two when you set her in motion. Just can't get out and catch her stride, but sure love to see her back in our champion lineup. Let's give this young man a nice round as well.
Your results are the Class 3 first place. Congratulations to Cody Heath, Piedmont FA. We're now ready to move on to Class 4 with 2 entries. Following this class, we will show 4 champion and reserve.
Just come straight in. All right, let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause. Two outstanding big summer yearling females. You know, and I think there's some variation, there's some difference as you start to study these cattle out here and come to it. Young lady, you can go right up next to him. The heifer I'm starting with the young man's here, I think she's just better built and in her shoulder, right in the top of her shoulder. She transitions right out of her shoulder into her forerib. I think she's a little better built in her forerib. She's really soft-centered. She's a touch shorter-sided, so that kind of throws you off when you get out there on the side view. The young lady in second place, that female is definitely longer body and longer spine. Young man's heifer is probably just a touch thicker, maybe a little plainer in her neck design compared to young ladies that's second in this class. But I think when you get her in motion, she really tracks out. She's really soft and easy on the step. She sets in better at her tail head. She's better in her hip design. Get her out there. She's massive in her forerib shape and massive in her center body dimension as well. Just a beautiful heifer, modern frame size. I love that cow look. Young lady comes next. I love the extension, top of her shoulder as she comes out of her chest forward. She's longer, more elegant as she studied her in her front end. Soft-centered and soft-made. I love that big belly. I love her extra length of body. Get her out here on the move. She wants to kind of get up in her tail head. I like to just get her down in her tail head just a little bit more. She's a little high. Probably as she comes out to her pin set, female still gets out there and moves really easy on the go. For me, if you just let her get her head down a little bit more, get out a little flatter, and just let her really truck on, that one will really get out there and step in stride. So two really nice females. Let's give them a nice round of applause. We'll see them back here in our champion lineup.
Your results of the Class 4 first place. Congratulations to Jake Allison, Miller 4H. In second place, Caden Offalter, Yukon FFA. We're now ready to bring in our first place winners from Class 1, 2, 3, and 4. 4 champion and reserve.
Real nice set of females here. Once again, let's give all these young people and all the families and all the breeders involved with this a nice round of applause. For me, the heifer showing is also very dear to my heart. Stuff that we put a lot of time into as our business and the Angus breed, but also something that afforded me the chance to raise kids and get them exposed and travel the country as well. So I'm very appreciative of the cattle, especially those that put all the time in the heifers. I'm going to show you which one I like the best out here for our champion today. Once again, let's give them a nice round of applause.
Your champion comes out of the Class 4, Jake Allison, Miller 4H.
As we bring the second place female in here, I'm not going to make a bunch of big drama out of this deal like that. It's pretty evident. Young lady here is going to be reserved here in our show today with a big heifer. Let's give her a nice round of applause. Coming back for third overall, we're going to use young lady down here that wins our very first class. Let's give her a nice round of applause. For fourth overall, we used young man in the single entry with that December. And then we'll come back to young lady back here for fifth. Really nice set of Angus females once again. Thank you.
Your reserve champion is Caden Offalter with Yukon FFA. Third in the prelim draw, Rylan Fleener. Fourth in the prelim draw, Cody Heath. And fifth in the prelim, Rylan Fleener. We're now ready to move on to our Hereford breed. We have 4 entries, 1 entry in each class. We're going to go ahead and evaluate these Herefords for champion and reserve. In first place in Class 1 was Kaylin Kinder, Piedmont 4-H. First place in Class 2, Charlie Kinder, Piedmont 4-H. First place in Class 3, Clara Whitman, Maple 4-H. First place in Class 4, Aubrey Rakestraw, El Reno FFA. We're now showing and evaluating these animals for champion and reserve.
Well, no, is Brandy?
We're currently working the champion and reserve champion in the Hereford breed. If we could have your maintainers all check in, please, at the entry gate. All maintainers, please check in at the entry gate. There are 4 total entries in 4 classes. So you all work together. All maintainers, please check in at the entry gate. All right.
right, we're going to talk about each one of these heifers out here. We kind of start to study them and discuss them as well. She's fine right there. She's fine right there. Just get your foot right, you'll be good to go. Young man has that little April heifer right there. She's really attractive. I love how level she is at the top of her shoulder. I love how good she is into her hip. She's got some muscle shape. I love her foot size, really like her bone size. She's smooth jointed. She probably gets just a little bolder in her shoulder as she kind of transitions into her forerib. Plenty of rib shape to her. She's sound made. She's got some length and extension. Very, very fresh in her condition. Really nice heifer as a single class winner. Young lady comes next there with this female. I think she's so deep and so soft made and so soggy bellied when you study her. She might have just a little bit more right there, kind of where her jaw comes in there. She gets just a little bit jiggly right there in her neck. I don't think she's too fat in her chest for her. She's definitely not too fat up by her tail head and her pones right in there. She sets into her pins. But you get that one on the move, that one moves like a cat. She just gets out there, gets right in her stride, takes a big long step in stride, gets right into her track. Love how soft made she is and her big belly shape as well. Just has that great cow look. Young lady comes from our third class, probably excels in her length of spine and her length out of her shoulder. Love her. She comes out of the front of her shoulder. She's long neck. She's really good in her top line. When you study her, you get behind her, she wants to get a little bit narrower to her pins. Maybe she's not as wide and true at her pin set, and she might want to get in just a little bit more to her hock, but we don't need to make heifers all that are massive and wide made and big built when they get out here. Love her foot size. She gets out there and tracks well. She might want to get up in her tail head just a little bit when she gets out on the go. The young lady has the heifer from the fourth class. That one's really, really powerfully built. When you study her and her forerib, and she comes in the center portion of her body, I love that extra turn. I love her softness. She's big and stout in her hip design. You set her in motion. She wants to roll right up in the center portion of her back. She wants to break right there in her hip loin. She just gets a little more rigid when she gets out on the go. Part of it is maybe the heifer fighting you out here, and we talk about seeing the settle down, slow down, let her have a spot and go to run. But that one really wants to kind of pull herself up just a little bit more. 4 outstanding heifers out here. I'll show you which one I like for champion reserve.
Your champion comes out of class number 2, Charlie Kinder, Piedmont 4-H. A reserve champion comes out of class 3, Clara Whitman, Maple 4-H. Draw 3 in the prelim is Aubrey Rakestraw, El Reno, FFA. Draw 4, Callan Kinder, Piedmont 4-H. We're now ready to work a maintainer. We have 4 entries in the maintainer breed, 4 entries across 4 classes. You may enter the arena at the direction of your gate. Following maintainer, we have 3 entries in Red Angus, 5 entries in Shorthorn Plus. Please have your entries in the makeup area. Check in at the entry gate. Following your Shorthorn Plus, we have 5 entries in the Simmental. Make your way towards the entry gate as well.
All right, here are next of our maintainer division, correct? I had to make sure I got all my breeds right here. It's been a while since I had my breeds of cattle class. Young lady that wins this first class here, heifer with extremely long spine, got a lot of muscle shape in her top as she gets right to the center portion of her loin. Love her muscle shape in her hip and down through her stifle. Really big bone and a little bigger jointed. Gets just a little rigid when you set her in motion out here. Like just set her down just to give her a little more flex when you start her from her hock to the ground. Pick her up in her pin set, but a nice female, still has quite a bit of product as well. Young man that comes right behind that with a heifer, very, very attractive from the side profile. He's got her set up really well right here. She's extended as she comes out of her top of her shoulder, comes out of her chest full well. Long spine, very nicely balanced, very good in her top line, level to her hip. For me, I just like to give her a shot more belly, just more my profile or my preference, but a female is very, very balanced. She's sound and flexible when you get out there and go. Young man comes with a black and white heifer here, one that's super big bellied. I love that turn to her rib. I'd say quit loining her because she don't like that right now, and that one doesn't need to be loined, okay? She's really big in her rib shape, tremendous depth and softness. You know, you get her out here in the stride or in motion, that's where she really is dominant because she's so flexible, sits down correctly from her hock to the ground, flexes out of her knees. She's modern in her frame size, she's fresh, and extended up her front end. Probably need to blood type that one, make sure she's a main. I'm sure someone will come and complain to me after that, after this class, or after the show today about calling that out. But that one's really big bellied, just gives you such a great look. Young man that comes next in our last class here, once again, soft made, big bellied, got a lot of shape in her top. She probably is just maybe not put together smooth as she comes out of the top of her shoulder into her neck, gives just a shot more chest floor, maybe a little more rigid when she gets in motion, but you love her cow look, you love that body shape and dimension. Really nice female. Once again, let's put our hands together and I'll show you my champion.
Your champion comes out of Class 3, Kyler Pettigrew, Yukon FFA. Reserve champion, Maddox Ferguson, El Reno FFA. Third in the pre-sale lineup, Bryce Roop, also first in Class 4, Piedmont FFA. And fourth in the pre-sale lineup, Cassidy Ferguson, Maple 4H. We're now ready for our red Angus. We have 1 entry in Class 1, 2 entries in Class 2. Shorthorn Plus, please be checking in at the entry gate. Simmental, check in at the entry gate.
Single entry May female comes next here on a red Angus show to start us off. The young man's got a heifer, really nice balance. I love her body shape. She's got some extension. She comes out of her shoulder. She's maybe not the tightest neck, but I think she's still very feminine made. Gets out there sound enough. She kind of wants to pull back against him just a little bit when she gets her on the go here, but he's a pretty big old kid. He kind of strong enough, just drags that thing along. Maybe get her back out here with some others. She'll just loosen up a little more so we can get a real true read on where she is structurally, but she still has plenty of flexibility as well. Let's give him a nice round of applause. Look forward to seeing a really nice heifer back in our champion lineup.
Your results out of Class 1, first place, congratulations to Cooper McSperrin, Yukon FFA. We're now ready for Class number 2 with 2 entries.
Two real nice February females here in our Red Angus show. The young lady starting this class with just excels in depth of body. She comes out of her forerib so good. She's soft-centered. She's soft to her flank. She's long and extended out of her shoulder. I love that as she comes out of the top of her shoulder all the way to her pin set and her hip design. She's dead level. I like how she comes out and down to her stifle as well. She's very, very flexible. If she could just take a little longer step off her rear legs and just get out there, she may be just a little more tentative. Everybody's walking so slow like we're going to a funeral out here. Get that things and truck on. Let's see some cattle walk out here, especially on the heifers. Young lady comes next. That one just probably a little bit harder in rib shape comparatively to our class winner, but she's still deep body. She comes out of her forerib good. She's got plenty of muscle shape in her top. She probably has more true expression as you study from her hooks to her pins and down to her stifle, but she's also a little tighter, more restricted on the move, maybe not as smooth made. Doesn't give you that kind of eye appeal and appearance that you see on the side profile. We look forward to seeing them back in our champion lineup.
Your results out of Class 2. First place, congratulations to Emery Bowers, Mustang FFA. Second place, congratulations, Rylan Fleener, El Reno FFA. We're now ready to show for champion and reserve.
Once again, before we go and select our champion reserve of our Red Angus show, let's give all the exhibitors and all the families and breeders and everybody involved with these a really nice round of applause. Outstanding set of cattle here, even though we just had 4 head come out here. Really nice set of females come out here for our champion lineup. As soon as we get her back in lineup, we'll let her get set back up here, and then I'll go show you which one I like for champion, and then we'll bring in, if we need to, a second place individual, and we'll get our reserve third and fourth. So once again, let's give them a nice round of applause.
Your champion comes out of Class 2, Emery Bowers, Mustang FFA. Your reserve champion, Cooper McSparron, Red Angus, Yukon FFA. Third in the pre-sale lineup is Rylan Fleener, El Reno FFA. We're now ready for a Shorthorn Plus. We have 5 records, 5 entries, 1 entry in each class. Simmental, please be checking in. We also have 5 entries in Simmental. We have 1 in Class 1, 2 in Class 2, 1 in Class 3, 1 in Class 4. We're now showing our Shorthorn Plus with 5 total entries.
She wasn't talking to her boyfriend.
Okay, a really nice set of Shorthorn Plus females. We're going to talk about each one of the heifers out here. The young lady that's turning out here is actually the youngest heifer. I think that's in September. She's a guest showman out here for one of these other exhibitors down here in our class. Here's the heifer's got plenty of extension. Love her rib shape, and she's so big in her forerib. I love how soft-made she is. She's big-footed and big-boned. She's built a lot like probably the fourth place or the fourth heifer down here in this lineup. She's good. Love her extension. She just powerfully constructed, probably a little bolder in her shoulder, but I think one that's very, very complete when you study her. The heifer right before her is another heifer, same kind. Love her length, love her extension. She's probably just a shot longer spine. She's probably a little better maybe as she comes into her hip. She wants to get up just a little bit more in her tail head. They're leaving some more tail head hair on those and stuff too. I understand we're getting ready to go to OYE and going to try to get that pulled up and clipped right, but she's so well balanced. I like her foot size. She's very, very flexible. She sits down correctly on her front end. She sits back in her knees. She sits down well on her rear legs from her hock to the ground. Young lady comes out of our next class, one that's probably just a little bit leaner in her condition. You love her freshness. She's very fresh from her shoulder forward and through her chest floor. She's one that probably travels exceptionally well because she wants to get out and travel. The young lady's done a dang nice job of holding on that calf and getting her presented out here. She looks really good on the lineup here. For me, probably just needs to be a little bit softer made, maybe a little bit softer through her flank. Young man that comes next with this deep cherry red heifer, one that's very, very cowy built, I guess you call it, through the center portion body. She's just a little shorter sided, but I love her extension of her shoulder. She's still very, very fresh, even as she comes out of her chest floor. She's monster legged and she's big footed and she gets out there and she's ultrasound. I like how soft made she is. She's got some hip shape to her, really attractive female, nice balanced individual. Then we come back to the young lady right on the other side of him. This one's probably a little more traditional Shorthorn in her appearance. She's longer bodied. She's definitely longer and squared in terms of her hip design compared to the other females out here. I love her as she comes out of her shoulder. She's extremely fresh, has enough turn to the center portion of her rib. Nice set of females out here. Once again, put your hands together. I'll show you what I like, and I'll place them 1 to 5.
Champion Shorthorn Plus comes out of class number 4, Caden Worthington, banner 4H.
Kelby. Class 5.
Your reserve champion comes out of class 5, Kelby Worthington, banner 4H. Third in the pre-sale draw, out of class 2, Caden Worthington, banner 4H. Fourth in the pre-sale draw comes out of class 1, Kelby Worthington, banner 4H. And fifth in the pre-sale draw, Presley McConaughey, Miller 4H. We're now ready to move on to our Simmental. We have 5 entries across 4 classes. 1 entry in class 1, 2 entries in class 2, 1 entry in class 3, 1 entry in class 4. Please check in at the entry gate. Simmental Influence has 2 classes with 4 entries. Be checking in as well.
We started a Simmental show here, just a single entry female, one that's got plenty of muscle shape in her top, through the center portion and back, through her. You study her down through her stifle, you really appreciate the power and shape she has. Maybe I just soften her up just a touch more for me in the center portion of her body and just set her down to be a little more flexible from her in her pastern, especially off those rear two when you get her out there on the move. Still sets and flexes right in her front knee. Very attractive, love her balance. Look forward to seeing her back in her champion lap. Let's give this young lady a nice round of applause.
Your results are the Class 1 first place. Congratulations to Charlie Cross, Yukon FFA. We're now ready to move on to Class number 2, looking for 2 entries. Class 3 has 1 entry. Class 4, 1 entry. Attention in the barns and in the pavilion. If you are missing your iPhone, it is found way to the announcer's stand. Make your way up here, unlock it, and it's yours.
Two Simmental heifers here, same age, very different in their kind. I'm going to start with the young lady with the red heifer, not because she's the biggest, and probably I would say that you would not probably have as much difference in weight between the two of them, but she's longer spine, and she probably gets out there and tracks and moves better, more fluid, easier, especially she holds up her top when she gets out there in motion. For me, she's probably a little more cylindrical in her body shape than maybe I'd prefer, but she's still good as she comes out of her forerib. She's still soft enough centered, soft to her flank. I love her length and extension. She comes out of her shoulder, gives you a nice look as well. Nice female, I think, to start this class. Young man's heifer comes next. That's Petunia. Bring this heifer back around here. I think this one's got plenty of body shape. Probably for some, she'd probably be a little more moderate, maybe too moderate. I believe that when you get this one, and you can study where she comes back as a junior yearling, she's the right kind. She's just an angry individual, especially you start to study. She constantly swishes his tail, constantly swinging that deal. When she gets out here, she fights him on the halter. Right now, as he starts to let her head down better, she wants to get out there and move better, but as she kind of keeps pulling her back, she gets really kind of outside her skeleton when she moves. She really kind of wants to roll up in her top, get her set up right. That one probably sets up a little nicer there on the profile. It'd be interesting to see what this female will look like a year from now.
Your results are the Class 2 first place. Congratulations to Ella Danielson, representing Banner 4-H. Second place, congratulations to Charlie Mock, Yukon FFA. We're now ready to work Class 3 with 1 entry. Class 4, 1 entry. Standing by.
Single entry Simmental female comes to us next. Very fresh in her kind. Love her length and extension. Love that extra length of spine. She's soft-centered. She's really soft in her leg design. When you set her out from her hock to the ground and get her in motion, female is very, very attractive. Look forward to seeing her back in our champion lineup. Let's give her a nice round of applause.
Your results out of Class 3. Congratulations to Caden Offalter, Yukon FFA. We're now ready to move on to Class 4 with 1 entry. Simmental Influence, there's 4 entries in 2 classes. Class 1 has 3 entries. Class 2 has 1. Please check in at the entry gate.
Last single entry here in our Simmental is a big February junior yearling due here later this spring. Really long spine. I love her extra shape in the center portion of her body. She's probably a little bolder in her shoulder, maybe a little bolder in her neck design comparatively to a few of the heifers we've seen earlier. Set her in motion. For me, she probably just needs to be a little fluid or more fluid set down with a longer step and stride when you get her out on the move. But a really nice heifer for the young man. Look forward to seeing him in our champion line. Let's give him a nice round of applause. We'll bring all the rest of these heifers in for a selection of our champion Simmental female.
Your results are the Class 4. Congratulations to Bryson Ballou, Union City FFA. We're now ready to work our champion and reserve in Simmental. Simmental Influence, please be checking in at the entry gate.
Real nice set of purebred Simmentals. Once again, let's congratulate all of our exhibitors and families and breeders here that brought us these high-quality set of females. I'm going to go show you which one I like for champion and place them all the way down through 4.
Your champion comes out of Class 3, Caden Offalter, Yukon FFA. Your reserve champion, Ella Danielson, out of Class 2, Banner 4H.
They got to get Charlie Mott back in. Here he is.
pre-sale lineup, Charlie Mock, Yukon FFA out of Class 2.
Okay. Charlie Dale is 4.
Fourth in the pre-sale lineup, Charlie Cross, Yukon FFA out of Class 1.
Bryson was 4. That's not what you said.
Excuse me. Fourth in the pre-sale lineup is Bryson Ballou out of Union City FFA out of Class 4. Fifth in the pre-sale lineup is Charlie Cross, Yukon FFA. We're now ready to move on to Simmental Influence, looking for 3 entries in class number 1, 1 entry in class number 2. American Registered Breeds, we have 2 entries, 1 in class 1, 1 in class 2. Please check in at the entry gate. Following American Registered Breeds will be other registered breeds. We have 7 total entries. Be checking in as well.
Nice set of females here in our first Simmental Influence class. The heifer that wins the class, she just does so. She's probably a little smoother made as she comes out of her shoulder through the center portion of the body. She's longer spine, and I think the biggest thing is she's the most flexible out here on the go when you set her in motion. She's extended out of her shoulder. She's very, very fresh. Go ahead and come on. Very, very fresh in her condition. Just go ahead and truck right on out that way, young lady. fresh in her condition, soft made, just a nice female to start this class. I love the body shape and the red heifer out here. Go ahead, young lady, bring that red heifer on. Love the body shape in this heifer. She probably comes in to her forerib a little better and truer right as she comes out of her shoulder blade into her forerib. Love the extra turn to her rib. She's just a little more rigid and a little tighter off those rear two, especially off her left rear. She wants to just hammer that one down on the ground just a little bit harder, but she's still got a lot of shape to her. Love her balance, love her extension. Young man that comes third here, one I think is probably the freshest in her condition here today. Definitely has time to grow and continue to develop. Love her length of body. Love that extra rib shape she has, especially coming out of her spine. Maybe not quite as nicely balanced on the side profile as the two ahead of them. Let's give them a nice round of applause. We love seeing that heifer back in our champion lineup.
Your results out of Class 1, first place, congratulations to Macy McNeff, Mustang FFA. In second place, Hallie Ferguson, Maple 4H. And in third place, Bryson Billieu, Union City FFA. We're now ready to work Class 2 with one entry.
Todd, we have a burning question. Are you an OU fan? I think you are. Okay, just good. All right, just a single entry female here in this class. One that's probably just a little more athletic. She's definitely very flexible out here on the go. I love her extra body shape. She's soft-centered. Love how she gets around here with a flow of flexibility. She's got some extension as she comes out of her shoulder. This is a prime example why you don't raise Simmental. Sorry, but my daughters love these dang breed. This dang breed, but it's cursed. It's cursed in our family. But this is the reason why you don't raise Simmentals here like that. Stick with the other English breeds. You'll be good. Really nice heifer. Look forward to seeing her back in our champion lab. All the rest of the Simmental people can come and petition me afterwards or hang out by my car, okay? I have a rental car, so guess which one I've got. Let's give her a nice round of applause for bringing on her. And a young lady, especially right here in front of us, nice round of applause for bringing in heifer. Probably did a better job showing her the second time out here than you did the first time.
Okay, this is your champion drive. This is champion friendly.
Gosh, I think we have multiple people here as OU graduates. OU graduates, OU lovers helping me run this show. This is for our champion lineup out here. Young lady right in front of me is going to be our champion. Let's give her a nice round of applause. Young lady with Tiff that came right behind her. Let's give her. That's right. Thank you.
Your champion comes out of class number 1, Macy McNeff, Mustang FFA. Reserve champion and your class winner comes out of class 2, Charlie Kinder, Piedmont 4-H. We have 2 total entries in American Registered Breeds. Other registered breeds, we have 7 entries total in 3 classes. Please be checking in at the entry gate. We have 4 entries in class 1, 1 entry in class 2, 2 entries in class 3.
Two really nice females here in our ARB. We've got 2 breeds, so we have some differences of breed type out here as well. Young man with a big Brahman heifer here, as you would expect, plenty of frame size and plenty of growth. I like her foot size, and she's very smooth in her joints. I think for me, when you study her, she comes kind of out of her forerib and right through the center portion of her body. If I could just soften her up just ever a bit more, especially right through the center portion of that body. Love her length of her hip from her hooks to her pins. I like her extension as she comes out of her shoulder, very, very flexible on the go, and it actually sets correctly in her front shoulder angle when you get her out there. Young lady with a Beefmaster heifer out here, you start to study her. She's bold in her forward, really soft-centered, maybe gives up just a little bit in terms of how nicely made she is in her hip design. If I just kind of pull her apart a little more, she's probably carrying a little more condition, but she's really soft and broody made. I think it's a real close comparison here. I'm going to give the edge to the young lady with the Beefmaster. She'll be our champion today. Let's give her a nice round of applause. And the young man with a Brahman will be our reserve.
Your results in the American Registered Breeds. Your champion comes out of Class 2, Kason Atkinson, El Reno, FFA. Your reserve champion, Matthew Edwards, Yukon, FFA. Once we reset the arena, we'll be ready for other registered breeds. There's 7 total entries, 4 in Class 1. Looking for 4 entries in Class 1, 1 entry in Class 2, 2 entries in Class 3. We have 8 entries in our commercial division. If you have a commercial heifer, please be checking in at the entry gate.
Real nice set of ORB heifers here. Young man comes out with our Charolais composite, going to win this class here. I think it's really close in our top two heifers. I think there's probably a little more extension, probably a little fresher. She comes out of her shoulder and chest forward, up through her neck. I like this heifer. She's got a nice turn to the center portion of her body. She's still sound enough. When you get her out here, she takes and hits her stride in her step. She probably gets up on her tail head just a little bit more, but just a nice made heifer. Gives you a great look from the side. Very, very balanced. Young lady comes next. I like the bulky body build. Especially though, I love that center rib shape, and how she comes out of her spine. One for me, maybe just a little bit plainer in her neck, but as a red limb flex here and a limmy red Angus here, that's a great built female. When you get her out here in motion, she's really sound and very, very flexible. Maybe I like to shorten her foot size up just a notch more. Maybe on the side profile, she just couldn't quite get her set right, so she gives you that great balanced look and profile. Probably fighting the halter just a little bit more, maybe I like. Young lady comes with a main female, long and extended, great look, big top and really big hip, just like you expect. I love her soundness, I love her flexibility. Needs to be probably just a little bit bigger, maybe have a little more body shape to her. Young lady comes with a red heifer, or female concluding class, one that still has enough rib shape, very fresh, very long and extended. Maybe is not powerfully constructed, maybe not as bold built compared to our three individuals ahead of them.
Your results of the Class 1, first place, congratulations to Kyler Pettigrew, Yukon FFA. In second place, congratulations to Emery Bowers, Mustang FFA. Third place, congratulations, Lana Danielson, Banner 4-H. And in fourth place, Madison Blair, El Reno FFA. We have one entry in Class 2 and two entries in Class 3.
Single entry percentage red Angus, a December female here. One is bow built, love her shape, a lot of power shape in her top and through her stifle. A little bolder in her shoulder, a little plainer in the front 1/3 of her body. Maybe you tighten her up and tighten her up in her chest forward and extend her just a notch more. Really a nice female, I think, though, very attractive. Look forward to seeing this young man in our champion lineup. Let's give him a nice round of applause.
Your results of the Class 2, first place, congratulations, Matthew Edwards, Yukon FFA. We're looking for two entries in Class 3. If you have a commercial heifer, please be checking in at the entry gate. We have two entries in Class 1. Classes 2 through 7 all have one entry.
next set of ORB, just two very, very different females here. The heifer that wins the class, just more my kind. She's just very flexible in her kind. She's very easy on the move. Love her extra set to her legs. She's a limb flex, like her body build. She's got muscle shape. She's long. She's very, very fresh in her condition. Nice female to start the class. The young lady comes here with this Charolais composite, probably a little more terminal kind, just a different endpoint where she's going to go, a little bolder shoulder, a little tighter on her structure. When you get to love her muscle shape, especially in her top and through her hip. Two very nice females, just very different in their kind.
Your results are to class number 3. First place, Colin Kinder, Piedmont 4-H. Second place, congratulations to Lana Danielson, Banner 4-H. We are now ready to show for champion and reserve.
One nice set of ORB females. Once again, let's give all our exhibitors a nice round of applause. Three very nice females. I love the look and I love the body shape and how complete they are and the flexibility they come back out here. Three very, very nice individuals. I'm going to go show you which one I like for champion, and then we'll work our way through the rest of these, through the top 5. Once again, let's give them a nice round of applause.
Your champion comes out of Class 1, Kyler Pettigrew, Yukon FFA. Reserve champion also comes out of Class 1, Emery Bowers, Mustang FFA. Third place out of Class 1, Lena Danielson. Lena Danielson out of Class 1 and Madison Blair out of Class 1. Please check in at the entry gate. Third in the preliminary lineup, Callan Kinder, Piedmont 4-H. Matthew Edwards out of Class 2 is fourth in the prelim lineup. Fifth in the pre-sale lineup, Lena Danielson out of Class 1, banner 4H. Sixth in the pre-sale lineup, Madison Blair, El Reno, FFA. Seventh in the pre-sale lineup out of Class 3, Lena Danielson, banner 4H. We're now ready to move on into our commercial division. We have 2 entries in Class 1.
All right, here in our commercial division, we're going to just bring in, we brought in all the class winners and bring them here together so they can all show. So we're going to talk each and every one of these individuals. From our first class, the young lady here is this black heifer. This is the first of two in this first class. I think she's very, very stout made, love her muscle shape in her top, through her hip, probably a little off in terms of her foot set. You started her feet right there with her claws, they're starting to roll back in. She's probably a little more terminal kind. For me, I just sure like to make her a lot more feminine made, especially studied from a reproductive standpoint, how she appears. Young lady with the red heifer, the red and white heifer, she would actually win the class of two when they came out here. This heifer is very good in her top line, like her hip shape and her dimension, like her body build. She's a little longer spine. She's probably a little leveler in her top design as well. I think that's a very nice female, attractive female to have out here in our commercial division. Young lady comes next, is kind of circling back around me. One's a little fresher made. She's a little longer, more extended in her design. She comes out of her shoulder. She's a little more cylindrical in her body shape, but she's very flexible and easy on the go. Sets back correctly in her knee. Her front knee gets off those rear two with enough flexibility and go when you get out here in motion. The young lady comes right behind her. That's a heifer that's very, very attractive. Really deep-sided. Love her length of body. She's very fresh. I like how she comes out of her shoulder. Very, very attractive individual. Gets out here. These heifers got a little bit fired up. It's a little bit tougher out here, a little more challenging to get them to kind of settle back in. But that's a female who's got enough shape in her top and her hip, and yet very, very feminine made. I love her length and extension, especially her extra length of spine, and you combine that with some extra soundness when you get her out here on the move. Young man that comes right behind her there's a female who's got some body shape to her. She's definitely has enough body dimension to her. She's a little bolder in her front shoulder. She's a little thicker in her shoulder and her neck design. For me, she's a little more rigid when you get her out here in motion. Sure like to free her up, soften her up in the center portion of her body for me as well. Young lady right behind her, that's one that's really soft made. Probably gets a little bit deeper in her chest fold, maybe a little plainer as she comes out of the front of her shoulder and her neck. A female is very, very attractive when she gets her set up correctly out here and she can get that head and neck up. Young man that came out here with this big heifer, one that's very, very fresh. I love her condition. She comes out of her shoulder correctly. A great extra turn to her rib. Comes out of her spine with extra shape. Right from the center portion of her spine, right through the center portion of that body, like her hip shape, very, very flexible out here on the go. For me, a really nice set of females. The young man from the last class is going to win this division. Let's give him a nice round of applause.
And it's only because, are you going?
Yeah.
Your champion came out of Class 7, Cutter Bow, Maple 4-H.
When you study these other heifers out here and you get them back here, and if you can get those heifers, you really study them on the move and the design. The young lady right dead center and right in front of me is going to be reserved in this division. Let's give her a nice round of applause.
Your reserve champion coming out of Class 4, Kylie Dietrich, Yukon FFA.
For third overall, we're going to come back and use the young lady down here at this end. Let's give her a nice round of applause. Excellent female, a commercial heifer.
Third in the pre-sale lineup comes out of Class 6, Maislin Steenbergen, Banner 4-H.
Good job. Yes, ma'am.
Gets down a little closer, we start to decide back through between these two heifers. I'm going to use the young lady right in front of me right here with that heifer, a little more length and extension, live the look of her. Then I come back with a young man right behind her. That'd be fourth and fifth, I believe, or fifth and sixth, somewhere in there. Fourth and fifth, yep. Fourth, young lady come on, and young man right here be fifth. And then we come back down, we'll use the red and then the other black for sixth and seventh.
You said the red steer and then the black one.
Fourth is who? Fourth is Madison.
Fourth in the pre-sale lineup comes out of Class 3, Madison Blair. Fifth in the lineup, Rowdy Reimers, Yukon FFA out of Class 5. Sixth in the lineup. Sixth in the lineup comes out of Class 2, Haley Waveday. And seventh in the lineup, Kaysen Atkinson, El Reno FFA.
Emery Bowers. Is that right?
Your champion Angus, Jake Allison Miller, 4H. Hereford champion, Charlie Kinder, Piedmont, 4H. Maintainer champion, Kyler Pettigrew. Champion, Red Angus, Emery Bowers, Mustang, FFA. Champion, Shorthorn Plus, Caden Worthington, Banner 4H. Champion Simmental, Caden Offalter, Yukon FFA. Champion Simmental Influence, Macy McNeff, Mustang FFA. Champion American Registered Breeds, Kason Atkinson, El Reno FFA. Champion Other Registered Breed, Kyler Pettigrew, Yukon FFA. Champion Commercial, Cutter Bow, Maple 4H.
And then we go, what, 5 alternates? Divided up to 6, 8 alternates. 8 alternates? 7 heifers. 7 alternates. So you got to keep holding people there. Lose their brain. Yeah. I got you.
All right, once again, let's give these young people a nice round of applause, an outstanding set of females. For those of you around the ring who come to watch and stuff this afternoon, I don't know if you understand, as we've been going through the day and trying to help these kids just a little bit more, it is very difficult to show a lot of these show heifers in the evening past 6 o'clock, because pretty much past 6 o'clock, it's time to eat and go out, and they really feel good. They want to kind of push. They want to kind of get around the ring and get after it just a little bit more. So taking that under consideration, trying to be encouraging to a lot of the kids and stuff as they come back out here. Outstanding set of females, and from each one of the breeds, I think the biggest thing for me is just make them sound and make them big-bodied, make them very flexible. They don't have to be the biggest, but I like them to be really, really complete and very functional in their kind. I'm going to go out there and show you our champion, and then we'll take a second to bring in the reserve for that breed, and we'll get our reserve and our third overall, and I think we have to place all the way down to 14. Is that correct? So everybody just be patient with us. We're going to pick the top 14 heifers. Once again, let's give everybody a nice round of applause, all these young people.
Your champion, grand champion, comes out of Angus, Jake Allison Miller, 4-H. We will need Caden Offolter, Yukon FFA Reserve. Reserve champion comes out of the maintainers, Kyler Pettigrew, Yukon FFA. Reserve champion in the maintainer, Maddox Ferguson. Your bronze overall heifer goes to Charlie Kinder, Piedmont 4-H. Clara Whitman, Maple 4-H.
Paul, you gonna pull this? She's got one.
Emery Bowers, other registered breed, Emery Bowers. Fifth in the sale lineup is Caden Worthington, Banner 4-H.
She's coming in. There's
Macy McNeil.
Fifth in the lineup comes out of Simmental Influence, Macy McNeff.
they're right here. Oh, okay. You're fine. You're fine. Cover dog.
Is Charlie coming out now? Or is Charlie there? Who's next? After Macy.
Charlie is already been. Hallie Ferguson.
Hallie Ferguson. Hallie Ferguson, Simmental Influence.
Right in that open spot right over there.
Sixth in the lineup, Caden Offholter, Simmental, Yukon FFA. Rylan Fleener.
With your Angus. She's out there.
And who's taking Caden's spot? Ella.
Ella, she's there. She's there.
Hereford.
Seventh in the lineup, Clara Whitman, Maple 4-H.
Rake straws are coming, it looks like. She's coming in.
Okay, who's next? Hereford. Clara just left.
Rake straw. And she's coming in.
Okay.
Bauer, Red Angus.
Eighth in the draw, first alternate, Emery Bowers, Mustang FFA.
Helen, she's got to know. He's saying there's an ORV coming out.
Emery's.
Yeah.
Next ORB.
Callan Kinder.
While we're patiently waiting by, let's have a little joke time. Do you know the I gotta think about this right. Hang on, I better frame this back up right.
You got some of these people sweating harder than Joe Biden trying to give a speech.
Do you know what OU and OSU fans have in common? Neither of them went to OU. I live in southern Oklahoma. There never any more there is down there.
Draw 9, second in the alternate, is Cutter Bow, Maple 4-H.
Kylie Dietrich.
Kylie Dietrich, Yukon FFA commercial.
She's coming in.
No, we said 14. You said 14, right?
We're selling 7 heifers, right? Kelby in.
Kelby in plus. Right?
Draw 10, third in the alternate, Kelby Worthington, Banner 4-H.
Those other two are Peyton's and Kelby's. That's the one that blew up. That's the one.
That's 11.
Draw 11 comes out of Simmental, Ella Danielson, Banner 4-H.
Who do we need?
Charlie Mom.
Charlie Mock. Charlie Mock, you're in next.
So you need Matthew Edwards.
Callan Kinder, Piedmont 4-H, draw 12. Matthew Edwards. Matthew Edwards, Yukon FFA ORB.
Here he comes.
Draw 13, Aubrey Ricks. Draw El Reno, FFA.
That's all the Hereford. That's all the Hereford. That's so.
Draw 14, Rylan Fleener, El Reno, FFA. That does complete our sale lineup draw for the heifers. We're going to reset the arena.
Oh, I got it.
We'll return back here in just a few short minutes. Our first division will be Angus. 3 total entries in the Angus breed. 1 in Class 1, 2 in Class 2. Charolais, 1 in Class 1, 3 in Class 2. Chianina, 2 in Class 2, 2 in Class 1, 3 in Class 2. Ladies and gentlemen, we're ready to get back started here with our market steers. We have 3 entries in our Angus breed, 4 entries in Charolais, 5 entries in Chianina, 2 entries in Hereford, 1 entry in Shorthorn. Start bringing your steers towards the entry holding area. Let's have our Angus and our Charolais check in at the entry gate. For our Angus breed, we have 1 in Class 1, 2 in Class 2.
So what do I do?
We're now ready to show our first class of market steers. Angus breed, 1 entry, 2 entries in Class 2.
Single entry Angus steer starts our class here. Calf weighs 1305. Really got a nice big top end and very fresh in his condition. When you get your hands on him to handling to his 12th and 13th rib. For me, he kind of gets over in his passions a little more. Maybe I like sitting down, make him more flexible, soften him up in his flank just a notch more. But still good enough as he gets out of his front end. Love his condition. Fed exceptionally well. Look forward to seeing him back in our champion lineup.
Your results of the Class 1 first place, congratulations to Rylan Fleener, El Reno FFA. We're now ready for 2 entries in Class 2.
nice steers here in our next Angus class, weighing just a touch over 1,400. The young lady steer that wins this class, the most fault-free, flexible, sets back at his knee right. Love his flexibility from his hock to the ground. Very, very attractive, nicely balanced, fat. He handles very good. Nice big top. A great calf here to win this class. Young man that comes second, one that handles exceptionally well. Love his condition. He's got a big top in him, especially get your hands right in the center portion of his loin. Calf that's probably a little bit lower set to the ground. One for me, just needs to get off those rear two a lot better to compete against the calf that wins this class. Set him down, make him more flexible in his pasterns. Plenty of rib shape, plenty of muscle shape in his top, plenty of hip shape as well. A nice calf to be second.
Your results of the Class 2 first place. Congratulations to Audrey Bilderback, El Reno, FFA. Second place, congratulations to Nate Nidman, Yukon, FFA. We've now brought in the first place winners of Class 1 and 2 for Champion and Reserve.
Once again, nice set of steers here to start our steer show this evening with the Angus division. I'm going to show the one I like the best, and then we'll get your reserve and your third overall here as well. Let's give them a nice round of applause for a nice set of steers.
Your champion comes out of Class 2, Audrey Bilderback, El Reno, FFA. Reserve champion also comes out of Class 2, Nate Nidman, Yukon, FFA. Third in the pre-sale lineup, Rylan Fleener, El Reno, FFA. We're now ready for the Charolais. We have 4 total entries, 1 in Class 1, 3 in Class 2.
Start our Charolais division in a single entry. Young man's got this calf, weighs 1280. Love how balanced he is. He's powerfully constructed. He's powerfully built in his top and through the center portion of his loin. He's got plenty of shape down low. He handles exceptionally fresh and good in terms of his condition out here. Big-footed and big-legged. Sure look forward to seeing him back here in our champion lineup.
Your results are the Class 1 first place. Congratulations to Jack Hornberger, Yukon, FFA. We're now ready for Class 2 with 3 entries.
Nice set of steers in the next Charolais class. Steer that wins this class, just the most complete, fault-free, very, very attractive. He handles with the biggest top. He's got the biggest top, biggest loin, handles with a correct condition out here as well. I change him, I free him up, let him step out there a little longer and take a little longer step and stride off those rear two when he gets out here in motion. Gives you a great look from the side. That's a really attractive steer. Young man that comes next, one that looks very powerfully built. When you study him, he's big-legged, and that really gives you that a thought, a dimension in terms of his muscle shape. You get your hands on him, I think he probably doesn't have as much shape in his top and through the center portion of his loin and his back compared to the steer that wins the class. For me, what really I struggle with is how he handles his rear two. He kind of gets over on his pasterns on both of those, and it causes him to kind of get in his hock just a little bit more. He wants to roll in his top just ever so slightly when he gets out there and move. A calf for me just probably needs to be powered up, probably a touch fatter in relationship to his frame size. Calf that comes next, one that probably gives up a little more muscle shape in his top design. Sure like to see him just a notch fatter for me, especially over his 12th and 13th rib in relationship to his frame size and weight here today. Three really, really nice steers. Look forward to seeing him back in our champion lineup.
Your results of the Class 2 first place. Congratulations to Bryson Cooper, Maple 4-H. Second place, Bryson Cooper, Maple 4-H. And in third, Cade Weinrich, Mustang FFA. We're now ready to bring in the class winners of Class 1 and 2 for Champion and Reserve.
One nice set of steers that come out here for a selection of our champion in our Charolais division, and probably just the differences in maybe how they're built. I think you get them back out how they're built in the front end, how they come out of the shoulder, how they're maybe a set more, one's more correct in his front shoulder angle when you get them out here and study how they're built. Two outstanding steers. Let's give them a nice round of applause. I'll show you our champion.
Your champion comes out of Class 2, Bryson Cooper, Maple 4-H. Reserve champion comes out of Class 1, Jack Hornberger, Yukon FFA. Cade Weinrich, Mustang FFA, will be third in the prelim sign. We're now ready to move on to Chianina. We have 5 total entries in the Chianina breed. We have 2 in Class 1 and 3 in Class 2.
Two nice steers, very different in their kind. Start our key division here. Young man with the orange steer, just really fall free. Love his flexibility. He's big topped and handles with a lot of shape, and very, very fresh in his condition. He's very uniform to his 12th and 13th rib. Handles exceptionally well. Probably the biggest thing, he gets out there in the move, he really handles his front and his back legs exceptionally well. Free moving, gives you a great look from the side profile. Nice steer. Young lady comes back, very attractive calf. For me, he's probably a little more elevated. Sure likes to soften him up through the center portion of the body to his flank. He has a lot of top shape in him. He, for me, probably just needs to be a shot fatter in terms of his condition, especially when you get him to the 12th, 13th rib area right there. Get your hands on him. Two really nice steers. Look forward to seeing the gold steer back here on our champion lineup.
Your results are the Class 1. First place, congratulations to Ben Sherry, Banner 4H. In second, Ella Danielson, Banner 4H. We're now ready to move on to Class 2, looking for 3 entries.
Another nice set of steers in our key division here. The calf that wins this class probably handles as much true shape in his top, especially you get your hands right on there in his loin as he transitions right to the center portion of his back. Really good in his condition. I think he's smoother made, probably has a little more flexibility, sets down truer and more correct off those rear two when you set him in motion. He sets better in how he handles those front two as well compared to our second place individual. Nice steer, very attractive on the profile. A good calf to win this class. Young man that comes second second, a little bit shorter sided, but he's really got a lot of shape in his top. Very good, and condition-wise, I like how he handles. He probably needs to be a little freer and easier when he gets off out on the move, especially off those rear two. Let's just get up on his passengers ever so slightly comparatively to our class winner. Gets out there, walks nice and wide, has plenty of shape in his top. Should like to maybe tighten him up and pull him out of the shoulder just a little bit better, but a nice calf. Young lady with the Jocko coming next. A calf that's got a lot of length of body. He's got some top shape to him. Probably just maybe make him a little stouter made in his muscle shape when you get your hands on him up in his loin comparatively to our class winners.
Your results of the Class 2 first place. Congratulations to Jace Stanley, Yukon FFA. In second place, congratulations to Maddox Shout, Piedmont FFA. And in third, congratulations to Brooklyn Beams, Yukon FFA. We're now ready to bring in your first place winners from Class 1 and Class 2 for Champion and Reserve. Following Champion and Reserve, we have 2 entries in Hereford, 1 entry in Shorthorn, 6 entries in Simmental. Five entries in AOB. Please be checking in at the entry gate.
Once again, in our key division, let's give them a nice round of applause for bringing all the steers out here for a selection of our champion. Really nice quality. I like them to be soft-made and sound and sappy-bellied, if you give it a cooler term to it. I like them to look like a fat steer, but still have some presence out there. I'll show you one I like for champion. We'll get our reserve, and we'll get our third overall. Once again, let's give them a nice round of applause.
Your champion comes out of Class 1, Ben Sherry, Banner 4-H.
Stanley.
Reserve champion comes out of Class 2, Jace Stanley, Yukon FFA. Third in the lineup, Ella Danielson, Banner 4-H.
So then fourth and fifth. Right, got it.
Fourth in the pre-sale lineup, Maddox Shout, Piedmont FFA. Fifth in the pre-sale lineup, Brooklyn Beams, Yukon FFA. We're now ready to move forward with our Hereford breed. We have 2 entries in 2 classes. Following Hereford, we have 1 entry in Shorthorn and 6 entries in Simmental. Please bring your Shorthorn and Simmental to the holding area and check in at the entry gate. Also, let's bring in your AOB to the holding area and check in at the entry gate. At this time, we're bringing in your class winners of Class 1 and 2. Class 1, Charlie Kinder, Piedmont 4-H. Winner in Class 2, Nora Turner, Yukon FFA.
Two very nice Hereford steers that come out here, both are class winners. The young lady comes from the lightweight class, very, very fresh. I love his flexibility. He weighs 1185. He's still got time to go to his terminal endpoint. He's getting fat, and he's fat enough. Probably the center portion of his rib probably needs just a shot more muscle or a shot more condition when you get there at 12th and 13th. That also comes with more time and maturity as he goes. A calf that's very attractive from the side profile, handles with enough shape in his top, nice steer as well, very attractive, and especially out here on the move. Young lady has the steer right behind him from the second class, a little bit heavier version. He gets up mid-14s. He handles exceptionally well in his condition. Very, very fresh touch. Maybe the best handling steer I've handled so far today. A lot of top shape in him as well. He's still very flexible. The young lady, you'll be our champion Hereford today, and the young lady with the lighter steer will be reserved. Let's give both these exhibitors a nice round of applause as we send them out of the ring.
Your champion Hereford comes out of Class 2, Nora Turner, Yukon FFA. Reserve champion Charlie Kender, Piedmont 4-H. We're now ready to move into our Shorthorn division with one entry. Simmental, please be checking in. Simmental, please be checking in. There are 6 total entries in 5 classes. 1 entry in Class 1, 2, 3, and 4. 2 entries in Class 5.
Single entry Shorthorn steer comes here to us next. It weighs about 10-10. He's definitely on the lower limit. He's not even close to his terminal endpoint there. Still very attractive, big leg and big bone, a lot of muscle shape in his top. Has quite a bit of time here probably to get to what I would call his terminal endpoint as well. Needs to be fatter, needs to be more mature, needs to just weigh more especially. Nice calf for our champion Shorthorn. Let's give her a nice round of applause as we send her out of the ring.
Your champion Shorthorn is Kason Atkinson, El Reno FFA. We're now ready for 1 single entry in Class 1. Also 1 entry in Class 2, 3, and 4. 2 entries in Class 5.
Single entry Simmental steer to start off our Simmental steer division. Calf that weighs about 1185. Calf starting to get into where he's going to mature, not quite to a terminal endpoint, probably needs to be fatter. Tremendous shape in his top, really got a lot of hip shape, very sound and flexible, gives you a nice look as well. Look forward to seeing this young man in our champion lineup.
First place out of Class 1 is Bryce Roop, Piedmont FFA. Moving on to Class 2 with a single entry, Class 3 and 4 single entries. Be standing by.
Another single entry Simmental steer, just a little heavier from Class 3-4. Really sound, love this extra flexibility. For me, he just needs a lot more muscle shape in the center portion of his top, especially his loin. He's getting fatter. He probably handles fresher and more uniform in his condition compared to the calf from the class before. Probably just needs more time and maturity on his size. Gives you a great look and love his soundness.
First place out of Class 2, Emery Bowers, Mustang FFA. Moving on to Class 3, single entry, Class 4, be standing by.
Single entry steer again in our Simmental division, a 1,300-pound steer. Handles with a tremendous top and top shape, especially in his loin. Very good in his condition, very fresh. Gets out here and travels free and easy and smooth. Gives you a nice look. Look forward to seeing this cowboy in our champion lineup as well. Let's give her a nice round of applause as we send her out of the ring.
Congratulations, Class 3. First place, Collins Cooper, Yukon FFA. Single entry in Class 4. Following Class 4, we have 2 entries in Class 5. All other breed, AOB, 5 total entries. Please be checking in at the entry gate. Your crossbreds, we have 4 total entries. Please be checking in at the entry gate as well.
Another single entry steer, $13.95. This calf, I told the young man, he handles with a tremendous muscle shape in his top. He's got real man muscle, and you get your hands up on him. He's very good in his condition. And you get him out here, he's probably just a little rigid as he gets off those rear two, but takes a nice big step, long stride, big-ended, and he's really wide base from his pins down to his stifle. Look forward to seeing him again. Let's give him a nice round of applause. We'll see him back in our champion lineup as well.
Your class winner in Class 4, Jack Hornberger, Yukon FFA. Now moving on to Class 5 with 2 entries. This is your second call for all other breed with 5 total entries. Please be checking in. 4 entries in Crossbreed. Also be checking in.
Two nice steers in a heavy class, steers over 14. Young man, just go ahead and turn to your right. Just go ahead and truck on out here. Young man with the orange and white steer here, just a real fall-free, big top. He handles very fresh, takes a big long step and stride. He kind of gets out of his hock just a little bit more when he's walking away from you, but we're kind of nitpicking on his steer. It gives you a great look, tremendous muscle shape, nice calf to win this class. Young man comes next, probably as smooth and as good a handling steer. From a condition standpoint, he's done a great job getting this one fed. He wants to roll in his top probably a little too much, get underneath himself, get in his hocks more than he needs to for me. Gets a little straighter on his front shoulder angle when he gets out there on the stride. For me, just free him up and soften him up through the center portion of his body. Two really nice steers, nice market steers.
Your results are the Class 5 first place, and congratulations to Kyler Pettigrew, Yukon FFA. In second place, Grayson Morris, Yukon FFA. We're now ready to bring in your class winners of classes 1 through 5 for champion and reserve.
Once again, let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause. Outstanding set of steers here in our Simmental influence division. Steers that really fit the kind. They're sound, they're flexible, they've got enough body shape, they've got enough muscle shape in their top. They handle, they're going to be high quality steers when you go put them on the rail as well. And not only that, they look great here as show steers as well. Once again, let's give it a nice round of applause for all the exhibitors and the families. Everyone, we'll show you our champion.
Your champion comes out of class number 3, Collins Cooper, Yukon FFA. Reserve champion comes out of class number 4, Jack Hornberger, Yukon FFA. Third in the pre-sale lineup, Kyler Pettigrew, Yukon. Fourth in the pre-sale lineup, Grayson Morris, Yukon, out of class 5.
Right.
Bryce, what number was it? 5. Okay, I didn't know what.
Draw 5 comes out of class 1, Bryce Roop. Draw 6 comes out of class 2, Emery Bowers. We're now ready for all other breed. We have 5 total entries, 1 in class 1, 2 in class 2, 3, 1 in class 3, 1 in class 4. Check in at the entry gate. Your crossbreeds, we have 4 total entries, 1 in each class. You'll be checking in as well.
Single entry steer, weighs 1235, very, very complete. Like how soft made he is. Great built out of his forerib. He's got tremendous shape in his top, very fat and right in his condition. Wide made, probably gets underneath himself just a little more as he handles those rear two when you get him out here in motion. But a steer that gives you a great look. Look forward to seeing him in our champion lineup.
Your results are the Class 1 first place. Congratulations to Leighton Wedman, Maple 4-H. We're looking for 2 entries in Class number 2. We have 1 entry in Class 3, 1 entry in Class 4.
Two really nice steers come to us. Next young man with a gold steer here going to start the class. I think he just really felt free. Handles his legs exceptionally well. Handles very good in his top. Like his condition. He weighs good. Still gives you a great look as he comes out of his shoulder. A nice balanced calf for me. He's just the calf that wins the class here from balance standpoint and just overall quality. Young lady comes next. That calf is really well made. And when you get up right in the center portion of his back, he's got a lot of muscle shape. He's got enough condition to him. He's very good from his 12th, 13th rib going forward. Gets underneath himself just a little bit more. I like it. He's plenty soft-legged when he gets out there. Most just gets out of balance, wants to get a little bit lower, setting his chest forward. Probably wants to fight to halter more than probably needs to out here in our class. Sure like to see what that steer does if he can settle down just a little bit more. Two really nice steers, very different in their kind.
Your results are the Class 2 first place. Congratulations to Charlie Mock, Yukon FFA. Second place, congratulations to Brooklyn Beams, Yukon FFA. We're now ready to move on to Class 3, a single entry. Class 4, also a single entry. Be standing by.
Single entry steer that comes on last in this division here weighs 1360, handles exceptionally well. Really big topped and big backed, very fresh in his condition. Get him out here on the move, and he's just a little bit tighter, more restricted, especially off that left rear. He wants to get just out his hock just a little bit more. If he could just take a little bigger step and stride and handle his pastures just a little easier, get him back out here in our champion lineup. We'll see how he handles himself with a few of the calves. Let's give her a nice round of applause as we get ready to pick our champion in this division.
Your results are the Class 3 first place. Congratulations to Lily Ninman, Yukon FFA. We're now ready for Class 4 with a single entry.
Real attractive steer that comes here in our last of our single entry in this division. Gives you a great look. He's soft made, grew out of his forerib, and a really nice look right there. Big topped and big ended, really big in his hip design, like his foot size. Still handles himself very good and when you get him out here on the move. Maybe he's just a little bit on the upper side in terms of weight, but still gives you a great look. Look forward to seeing him back in our champion lineup as well.
Your results are the Class 4 Madison Shout, Piedmont FFA. Congratulations. We're now ready for our breed champion and reserve.
Once again, a really nice set of steers in our all breeds division here. I think nice class winners all the way through, very fresh and they're kind. I think probably a difference here you study for me is when you get your hands on them in terms of muscle shape and top and relationship to their size, just so their flexibility and get out here on the move and stuff as you go. Once again, let's give these breeders and young people a nice round of applause. Otherwise, we're going to show our champion. We'll get a reserve in the rest of this class place.
Congratulations to our champion, Madison Shout, Piedmont FFA, out of Class 4. Reserve champion comes out of Class 2, Charlie Mock, Yukon FFA. Brooklyn Beams out of Class 2 will be third in the pre-sale lineup. Fourth in the pre-sale lineup out of Class 3 is Lily Nidman, Yukon FFA. Fifth in the pre-sale lineup, Leighton Wedman, Maple 4-H. We have 4 single entries in 4 classes in the crossbreeds.
So here in our Crossbreds tier division, we have 4 individual class winners. Just brought everybody out here. We'll talk about each one of these calves out here from an individual standpoint. Young Man has our first class winner here. I think that steer weighs about 1040 or 1050, somewhere in there. A calf that's probably just not right there in terms of his terminal endpoint. Gives you a great look, long and extended. Really like his foot and his bone size. He's got a nice shape in his top. He's got his hip. For me, probably just needs to be more mature and definitely fatter when you get your hands on for a very uniform in his condition. Really tight when you get him out here on the move off those rear two. Sure like to let him take a longer step and stride and free up just a little more. Young lady with the black steer here, same thing, handles very good. Love his top shape. He handles very fresh in his condition, very uniform on the side profile. Just like to pull him up in his chest for, extend him in his neck, make him a little more attractive here on the side profile. And the young man with the gold steer, calf that handles with a lot of shape, tremendous muscle shape, extremely long-sided, carries a lot of weight. He's still sound enough when you get him out here on the move. If you can make him handle his feet a little better and truer when you get him out here in motion, I sure like him a lot better, but that calf gives you a great look from the side. Come back out here for a champion where he's a young lady with a red and white calf. Let's give her a nice round of applause. She's going to win this crossbred division. For a second in here, we're going to use a young man back here at the back with that big gold calf, the heavy calf. Let's give him a nice round of applause.
Your champion comes out of Class 2, Allie Lovelace. Mustang FFA. Reserve champion, Class 4, Rhett Schneider, Mustang FFA. Third in the lineup, Kyle LeBon's Mustang FFA out of Class 3. Fourth in the lineup, Corbin Cooper, Miller 4-H.
Let me print real quick.
We're going to take a real quick breath here. Let the printer print out our sale order, prelim sale order. We'll start announcing our champions by breed. Your champion in Angus is Audrey Bilderbeck, El Reno FFA. Champion Charolais, Bryson Cooper, Maple 4-H. Champion Chianina, Ben Sherry, Banner 4-H. Champion Hereford, Nora Turner, Yukon FFA. Champion Shorthorn, Kason Atkinson, El Reno FFA. Champion Simmental, Collins Cooper, Yukon FFA. Champion All Other Breed, Madison Shout, Piedmont FFA. Champion Crossbreed, Allie Lovelace, Mustang FFA.
Let's give all these young people a nice round of applause. It's so late and these steers are tired and a lot of work goes in this, and everybody's in this building. They understand all the sacrifice and what goes into this as well. On the steers, for me, just try to pick them. The ones I like them with a lot more belly shape and rib shape to them. I like them to look like a market steer. Generally, those are the kind that might not win a lot of the jackpot shows early on, but the ones that keep feeding, have enough rib shape, bold centered, have enough turn to their body, especially get themselves to a point where they're fat enough and they can get to a terminal endpoint and still have a really good look. And I still want them to be sound and flexible, especially when you get them out here and they go. Is every one of them out here perfect in their soundness and how they move and travel? No, they're not. But some are to the point where they're acceptable if there's something that really stuck out to me that I didn't like or didn't really want to use at that point. And so there's some trade-offs. There's some that are probably maybe not as heavy at the upper end. We get like the Shorthorn steers, probably not to its terminal endpoint yet. And there's some are at the lower end. There's some that are probably pushing it at the upper end as well. I'm going to go out there and show you which one I like as our champion today. Let's give them a nice round of applause, and thank you very much for allowing me to come and evaluate your children.
Your grand champion comes out of the Chianina Ben Sherry banner 4-H. We'd have Jay Stanley come into the arena, please. Attention in the barns and in the pavilion, have all steers ready to come in for sale lineup. Be ready to have all steers to come in for sale lineup. Do not forget your blue card. Your reserve grand champion comes out of Charolais, Bryson Cooper, Maple 4-H.
Jack Hornberger.
We need Jack Hornberger with his Charolais to come into the arena, please. Your bronze champion comes out of Simmental, Collins Cooper. Miller 4-H.
So, Jack again?
Yeah, Jack.
Jack Hornberger Simmental needs to come into the arena, please. Number 4 in the sale order is Jack Hornberger with his Simmental, Yukon FFA. We're looking for Kyler Pettigrew to take his place. Kyler Pettigrew in his Simmental.
And then Charolais got
He's number 5.
No, he didn't get.
he had a scratch.
Cade Weinrich with his Charolais needs to come into the arena. Cade Weinrich. Jack Hornberger, if you could turn in your blue card, please. Jack Hornberger with your Simmental. Turn in your blue card. Fifth in the order is Madison Shout with her All Other Breed AOB from Piedmont FFA. Looking for Charlie Mock with his AOB. Charlie Mock, please come into the arena. Sixth in the order, Audrey Bilderback with her Angus representing El Reno FFA. Jace Stanley with his Chianina is seventh in the draw. Yukon FFA. Eighth in the draw, Kyler Pettigrew at his Simmental. Grayson Morris with your Simmental. Grayson Morris. Number 9 in the order is Charlie Mock with his AOB representing Yukon FFA. Next in the lineup, Brooklyn Beams and AOB.
Go back down there and look. Yes.
Brooklyn's 10.
It's right.
Brooklyn Beams, draw number 10. Next in the order, Lily Nidman. Please come into the arena, Lily Nidman.
Lily was 11, wasn't she?
She's coming in. We're on 11.
Draw 11, Cade Weinrich, and it's Charolais. Cade Weinrich representing Mustang FFA.
That's all the Charolais.
Yes.
So we're on 10 or 11.
12.
Draw 12, Ella Danielson and her Chianina representing Banner 4-H. Next to line up, Maddox Shout. Maddox Shout and Chianina.
Okay, Brooklyn's out. You got Brooklyn out, right?
Draw 13 is Maddox Shout. Maddox Shout and her Chianina representing Piedmont FFA.
Yes, 13.
Draw 13, Maddox Shout, now seeking draw 14. Draw 14, Nora Turner, Yukon FFA. Charlie Kinder, with your Hereford, you may enter the arena. Draw 15, Lily Ninman. Draw 15, Lily Ninman and her AOB representing Yukon FFA. Leighton Wedman and your AOB, you're next in the arena.
Get that Angus, get that Angus, get that Angus. So get in to get that Angus.
Where's Lake?
I don't know where like this.
Leighton Wedman.
Yeah, Nadine.
Allie Lovelace in the crossbreed is your first alternate. Draw 16. Rhett Schneider with a crossbreed, you're welcome to enter the arena. Second alternate, draw 17, Nate Ninman with his Angus. Rylan Fleener, El Reno FFA, you may enter the arena. Rhett Schneider, draw 18, third alternate in the crossbreed representing Mustang FFA. Kyle Bonds and your crossbreed, you are welcome to enter the arena. Draw 19, fourth In the alternates, Leighton Wedman and his AOB, all other breed representing Maple 4-H. Grayson Morris and his Simmental is draw 25th in the alternates. Grayson Morris representing Yukon FFA. Bryce Roop, you may enter the arena. We're now seeking draw 21, 6th in the alternates. Kyla Bonds, draw 21, 6th in the alternates with her crossbreed representing Mustang FFA. We need Corbin Cooper to enter the arena, please, with his crossbreed.
How many do we have? 21.
We're at 21.
That's enough.
Draw 22, 7th in the alternates, Charlie Kinder representing Piedmont 4-H. Rylan Fleener and Angus representing El Reno FFA is draw 23.
Oh, no, that one, not him.
Where'd they do with Grace?
Kaysen Atkinson with her Shorthorn representing El Reno FFA is draw 24.
Is that it? Are we done?
I think that's probably, well, we ran out of steers. No, no one else is coming.
Draw 25 comes from the Simmental Bryce Roop Piedmont FFA. We will reset the arena here momentarily, be ready for our junior showmanship. Junior division will be from 3rd through 6th grade. You can check in at any time at the entry gate. 3rd through 6th grade showmanship. While we're getting ready for our showmanship, we need to have our champions over at the backdrop for a picture with our judge.
If you're interested in junior showmanship, we need you to the holding area. 3rd grade through 6th grade, we need you lining up because as soon as pictures are done, we're going to go right into our showmanship. 3rd grade through 6th grade junior beef showmanship, please come to the holding area.
Junior and intermediate showmanship. Junior exhibitors 3rd through 6th grade, intermediate 7th through 9th grade. Please be checking in. Junior, intermediate, and senior showmanship. Be checking in at the entry gate to have a representative check in for you. We'll be starting our junior showmanship immediately following photos. We'd like to have you lined up and ready to show. We're just a couple of minutes away from our showmanship. The junior division bronze trophy is sponsored by Daryl and Diane Bow of Yukon. Intermediate division, the bronze trophy is sponsored by Jason and Brittany Brower. Then senior division bronze trophy is presented by and sponsored by
Yeah, I think
Helena Chemical Company. Once again, we'd like to thank our judge this evening, Joel Judge from Lone Grove, Oklahoma, for evaluating our animals this evening, and for all of his hard work and kind words to all of our 4-H and FFA exhibitors tonight. Also, as a reminder, all youth who make the sale will need to report right back here at 11 a.m. tomorrow morning to get set up and cleaned up and ready for our sale Friday evening. Friday evening, the doors open at 5:45. Dinner is served at 6. The sale begins at 7 p.m. right here at the Canadian County Expo on Friday.
Junior showmanship, we're ready to go into the arena. Line up over here at the main gate, 3rd through 6th grade.
Our judge is back in the arena. Judge Joel Judge is ready for our junior exhibitors. 3rd grade through 6th grade, you may enter the arena at your judge's discretion. Intermediate exhibitors, 7th through 9th grade, please be checking in at the entry gate. 7th through 9th grade, be checking in at the entry gate. Jake Allison and Ben Sherry. Please report to the announcer's stand. Jake Allison and Ben Sherry.
All right, let's give these young people a nice round of applause. We've been watching them show all day as we come back through and then kind of taking that in consideration. 3 outstanding showmen. Young lady here with that black heifer does a nice job. Watch your front feet, kind of where you're stopped right there. Kind of have them just a little bit more together in line when you get there stopped. But you did a really nice job today in the show. Young man that had the red heifer, I think he does a great job. She's always up and extended. She just kind of one of those heifers that looks absolutely fantastic on the side profile. She's big ribbed and gives you a great look. The young lady at the back there, she does a nice job. Her maybe heifer wasn't as powerfully constructed, especially in that drive there. But I'll tell you, from the minute she comes in to the minute she comes right here, she's the boss. She wins this competition today. Let's give her a nice round of applause. We're going to go second to the young man here, be second to her here. He did a great job, and we're going to come back and use the young lady here for third. Let's give them all a nice round of applause.
Your junior showmanship winner is Kelby Worthington of Banner 4-H. We're now ready for intermediate showmanship. Intermediates, you may enter the arena at the direction of the ringmaster and your judge.
Let's give these young people a nice round of applause. A great set of showmen come here in our next division. I think they've all done a very good job. Feet placement is much better, very consistent. It's just probably kind of how you get them to walk and stop in their natural stride. And I think just turning back around here changed it for me just a little bit in my mind. For first place, we're going to use young lady down the end with a steer. Let's give her a nice round of applause. Okay, I guess nobody likes you to win this show, so we'll find somebody else that cheer more. Over here, you kept touching that steer's feet, and I kept wondering myself, why are you touching those feet? Over here, you stop. You just let him come right into his stride, stop. He stopped perfect. Well, he does the same thing going this way, too. He'll do it every time, but you got to reach over and touch his feet. Touch his feet. Don't touch his feet. He comes right in that spot. He gets her just right where you need to be. For a second, we're using your sister right here, right behind her. Let's give her a nice round of applause. If you'd have touched those feet just one more time over there, you would have been second or maybe third. So, the young man down here, I think, do a nice job of just kind of getting back out to the front of that animal. For me, just a little bit better. Young man here with a December heifer will be third, and young man here with the maintainer will be fourth. Really nice set of showmen. Thank you very much for coming out here, competing this evening, especially so late. Let's give them a nice round of applause. We'll go ahead and send them out of the ring.
Your champion in intermediate showmanship is Ella Danielson, banner 4-H. We're now ready to start our senior division in showmanship. That is 10th through 12th grade. You may enter the arena at this time.
Let's give these seniors a nice round of applause out here for our showmanship competition. It's long, the steers are tired, the heifers are tired. Young people have done a great job out here in terms of being consistent, stopping where I like to ask them to stop and go. For our first place, we're going to use a young lady down here with a Hereford heifer. Let's give her a nice round of applause. She did a great job, and I'll tell you, these are the things that I think about as I go throughout the day and stuff. You probably won showmanship before you got here when you showed that silver steer for that other boy, because that was the best that steer looked the entire time, and I recognized it right away, and I thought, okay, I remember her, I remember how good you showed that Hereford, and you came back there, and I said, oh yeah, they got the killer on that one. Then we switched back around, you did a great job. Don't forget, I always remembered that right then from that point. So for a second, we use the young lady here with the Hereford, Hereford, the Angus steer, the Angus appearing steer. Let's give her a nice round of applause. She gives me the evil death stare pretty much the whole time. I'm going to tell you something that's probably going to make you mad. You should have brought your big steer, even though he was a jerk out here. You show that big steer so good. He looks so good on these different spots. I know he's tired and stuff like that, but you do a great job. Let's give her a nice round of applause as well. For third, we're going to use a young lady with a Hereford heifer. You know, the heifer, to me, when you had her back out here, you just let her get her head down a little more and let her get out there and move. She handled her top better. She wasn't rolling her top. She didn't get her tail head up as much. That one just gets out there and moves. Sometimes right here, her front ends underneath are just a little bit too much. So that's where you got to get out there and let them just get on the move. Let them get out there rolling so that one doesn't get up so much. When she's out there, gets her head down just slightly, she'll get to really moving, and she gets out there and travels and tracks so well. I think she did a very, very nice job. Nice job, young lady. For fourth place, we're going to use a young man with a red heifer. Good job. Let's give him a nice round of applause. I think there's a couple times over here you had her just perfect, and then she wanted to move, and you start getting frustrated. Don't get frustrated. Just keep working back as you go. Let's give all the rest of these exhibitors a nice round of applause here for coming out and participating in our showmanship.
Good job, buddy.
Your senior showman is Clara Whitman. Congratulations to Clara Whitman representing Maple 4-H. That does conclude our show for the evening. Congratulations to all of our exhibitors, all of our families, parents, supporters. Thank you for everything that you do. Thank you for making this year's 2023 Canadian County Junior Livestock Show an extreme success. We'll see you back here at 5:45 on Friday, 5:45 p.m. Doors open, dinner at 6. Our sale starts at 7 p.m. If you're fortunate enough to make the sale, you'll find out first thing tomorrow morning. You'll need to be here at 11 a.m. to help tear down and set up for Friday's festivities. Have a good evening, safe travels home, and have a good night.